see if this is working right now. We are live in southern Missouri. Live in southern Missouri. We're going to head towards Winona, Missouri, see what we can find. There is a tornado watch out already. So, turn my volume down so I don't accidentally play a YouTube video and get murdered. Let's check and see how we're doing. Hey Andrew, how are you doing? Yep. We're starting a little bit early today because I think we're going to try and get a little bit further west and maybe try and catch something during the day. Those 60 dew points are still just a little bit further east. We're currently heading heading westward towards Mountain View and Mansfield. There might be something going on near Mansfield here pretty quickly, so we're going to try and make it over there. If not, we could catch it up by Houston. There's several roads we can take to get up that way. Several roads we can take to get up that way. Point you guys a little bit further up. There we go. Moderate risk for severe weather today. It's a pretty big day. Pretty big day. Let's make sure all my settings here are correct. Location's updating. Time is correct. Video is perfectly time-stamped. Everything's rocking. Service might be in and out a little bit more. My network booster is broken again, so I've got to replace a cable with it, and then it should be working. Probably won't have that ready by tomorrow, but probably the next chasing stretch it should be good to go. I was here in May of last year, May 26th, and actually had a tornado up by Winona, Missouri. We're gonna AEF lock all this. There we go. That way it looks a little bit better. Definitely looks convective, definitely looks like a tornado day. Look at those cumulus towers right in front of us. Storm's trying to go up right there. Probably not enough forcing here, but further west, storms are already starting to go crazy. Already a couple tornado warnings have been issued. I had a tornado literally just up the road here last year. Switching our target from St. Louis for a couple reasons. One, I don't think moisture is going to make it that far north in time. And two, I don't want to deal with any powerful storms in the St. Louis area, especially after dark. I thought down here we may have a shot to something for the dark. seems like that thing down by Mississippi, Louisiana, seems like that's going to be pretty quiet. But now we've got all these little showers forming out ahead of the line near Harrison, Arkansas, Ponca, Arkansas, Western Grove. Those should move pretty close to our location, and that might end up being our target. It's still pretty early though, so we need to not jump the gun here. We need to not get too close before everything really starts to go crazy. I feel like with these storms, you got to sit back another 30, 45 minutes longer than you think you need to. Right on the edge of the little bit right there, unfortunate. Yeah, I literally parked right on this road and had a tornado last year. I think it was right around this turn I came, parked on the right side here, and drone filmed a tornado. Still haven't posted that. Still need to post a lot of stuff from last year. Yeah, I diverted south because of moisture. I think it's going to be better down here. I think there's a higher chance of a daytime tornado down here. Storm should be a tad bit slower, a tad bit more isolated, and it's also closer to tomorrow's high risk. Big severe weather day though, big severe weather day. I still think everyone in St. Louis should have a plane, even though that's not where I'm at. I still think things could get pretty nasty up there. Main thing right now is moisture's just not quite here yet. Moisture's just a little bit slow, which was expected. But as a chaser, what we're doing is we're just going to ride the north end of the moisture. Definitely looks like just those classic tornado skies. Just right before a tornado, you got these lower-ish clouds, kind of fuzzy looking. 6:30 p.m. If only this was a couple months later, we'd be looking at complete sunlit tornadoes. But unfortunately, a lot of this event's going to take place after dark. I think what we'll do is we'll sit in Mountain View for a minute and reassess. There's that storm out by Seymour. It looks kind of outflow dominant. Seymour, Missouri, Fordland, and Diggins. It's got kind of a long RFD on it. Would not be surprised to see that kind of hook up north and start with kind of a first major tornado. It's kind of on the leading edge there. Wonder if there's anybody streaming on that. Love to get a look at that before I decide. Because if we get that, we probably would have to go up. A lot of little roads that'll take us to good, but in terms of highways, pretty much anywhere across the state of. download my maps. That could be troubling later on. We're gonna plug in the streaming camera here because I forgot to do that. Here we go. Make sure everything's all secure here. Seems like it is. Perfect. Got some water. Got a can of soup, and we're just gonna chase this thing as long as we can. And then we're gonna peel off and start heading down towards the Mississippi-Alabama border for tomorrow's high risk for tornadoes. Very active sequence here. There was another potential chase day, I think. There was a potential chase day yesterday and the day before, but I ended up skipping both of them. I had work to get done. And 2 days ago turned out to be not very interesting, so. But I'll be for sure out tomorrow, and then I'm thinking about that Carolinas event on Sunday, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't looked at it in enough detail yet. Birch Tree, Missouri right now. I like that name, Birch Tree. Alright, sorry about that. My uncle called me. Sorry about that. My uncle called me. He was asking because he's up in western Illinois. Yeah, we got that tornado warning that I called out for that Seymour storm. Big supercell. How long? 20 minutes? 30 minutes. Okay. If we head up towards Licking, Missouri, what a name. Might be able to see something, but I'm most excited about those storms forming near Harrison, Arkansas, Diamond City, those things moving northeast. I think that's going to end up being the main play for us tonight. Sun sets here in like 20 minutes or so, and then we've got probably a little bit of blue hour light, but it's going to get dark pretty fast. It's still March. Got a full tank of gas though, so we don't really have to stop. Hoping this thing misses Rolla. It's going to be close though, probably miss Rolla to the south. But once I saw that hook echo kind of start to push out like that, kind of figured it was going to wrap up pretty quickly here. It's only a radar indicated tornado so far, no confirmation. Does look a little bit, got that high base outflow dominant look on radar right now, so we might just peel back and wait. west this early. I hope something doesn't go up to our east, because that'd probably be what we want to get on. If something goes up south, that might be what we want to get on, but we could probably crash east and still get to it. But I think that Harrison stuff's going to be the real deal here. I don't think I'm going to head north on that storm heading towards the Rolla area. I think I'm going to wait just because of moisture. I think we'll sit, because that's up in pretty low dew points. Springfield's only at 52, and that's moving into like 49s and 50s, which are 20 degrees dew point spreads, which is pretty tough to get a tornado with. To my south, though, we've got some 60s. So I'm thinking we're gonna try and play these storms coming up from Arkansas. It's the furthest west I've ever been on this road. No offense, but I definitely don't use Radar Omega as much. Glad that it's flattened out at least a little bit. I'm going to say that we're going to head straight into the Ozarks again. I'll point up a little further. These low-level clouds are really starting to race north. You can see it. That low-level wind pulling that moisture up from Arkansas. It's going to be tough to see any. Stay ahead of everything, though, because if we fall behind, we basically have to call the chase. How fast are these storms even moving right now? Let's see. I want to see that there's a tornado warning for that storm. That storm is moving. Marshfield moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. These are highway speed tornadoes. You're not going to keep up with them. So we got to stay ahead and out of the way of any tornadic storm. That's pretty low dew points. What is that, a 52? That's a 16 degree spread. But that goes to show the power of this system, that there's these high spreads and there's confirmed tornadoes. Radar confirmed tornado, damaging tornado, northwest of Hartville, Missouri. That's north of Seymour, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. These things are going to be moving really fast, but they're not really going to deviate off track too much. They're pretty much going to move in straight lines. Nice to get a storm in this. We can see it very nicely over here. We found the one open field in southern Missouri. Doubt that tornado's still on the ground now near Seymour, northwest of Hartville. There's not too many towns up in there. It is crossing several highways though, and it's going to get pretty close to that Rolla area. We're going to keep going after these storms further south, though, in the better moisture. Western of Arkansas, there's cells trying to form down there. Those are going to end up being our main target. There was also another target way down in the Mississippi Delta in southeastern Arkansas, western Mississippi, and eastern Louisiana. It seems like that's going to be a complete bust. It seems like storms have failed to form down there. So there's a tornado watch down there, but no storms anymore. Further north here in Arkansas and Missouri, that's a different story. Big time, some hail being reported. Too big, dime-sized hail, southeast of Columbia, biggest that I can find here. I bet it's hail day expected. Kind of prevents hail growth, and that's what we got today. So pretty uncommon to see giant hail with these kinds of profiles. Let's see here. We might have a view of... Let's see here. We're right behind somebody. Yeah, I think we're going to ignore that storm to the north and just let that race off into the lower dew points. We just need something to form further south of this, and it should be storm of the day. Lots of wildfires today too. I probably passed 5 wildfires in central and southeastern Missouri on my way to my target today, before all that moisture came in. Big time dust storms in Texas and Oklahoma, even Kansas. I've got my tripod camera ready so we can take stills of any tornado. Still can't fly the drone after dark, so that's going to be pretty useless, but it will come in handy tomorrow. Sunset's in what, like 10 minutes? So we're going to be after sunset, these tornadoes pretty much. It's that lone supercell south of Lebanon, northwest of Hartville, Missouri. Seems like it's recycling to try again here. National Weather Service confirmed a tornado on that storm though. Webster and Wright counties. Damaging tornado. They've issued a mesoscale discussion in northeast Arkansas. Thunderstorm development appears possible in the next 1 to 2 hours across eastern Arkansas. Watch issuance is likely, though timing is unapparent, or is uncertain, excuse me. Area has been circled for a strong tornado further to our southeast. which was my initial target, but I've changed a little bit to go after this Missouri stuff. Well, I guess it was my second target. I guess I'm on my third target right now, so keep changing our minds, but I don't think that St. Louis stuff is going to be really what we want to go after from a chasing perspective. We're going to run infrared observations and radar to try and see what's going on down there. May have to switch to the nighttime stuff already. Yeah, there's a couple cells trying to go up in eastern Arkansas, but I really think that this stuff firing on the dry line here is what we want. Kind of closer to the main forcing, which might be why those storms further south kind of failed to materialize. Here we go. Thinking these showers coming out of Arkansas, if they can get their act together, it's going to be it. Not entirely sure how this is going to unfold. That storm near Hartville is wrapping up again. I'm a bit hesitant. It is the lead storm, and we could still probably make it to Sherrill, Missouri. It'll probably impact closer to Rollo, though, I think. So we're kind of hoping that something further south develops, because I think that's where we want to be. Yeah, there's kind of a lead storm down by Bradleyville, Missouri, and all those showers coming up from the south. Still a couple counties away right now. Might be advantageous to head up towards Mountain Grove. We're in Mountain View right now, so I think we're going to keep going towards Mountain Grove. It'll be much easier to get south on these storms than it will be to get north. So that's why we're biasing so far north and so far east. Just going to be tough to catch anything from behind. Got a lot of low cloud cover though. Car real quick before I forget. I just don't think we're going to be able to catch that Rollo one. The more and more I look at it, we're going to have to hope that that storm down by Sparta, Missouri can get going. And hopefully nothing further north pushes outflow super far east. What are these storms down here tracking? 1947, that's about an hour. So those showers and thunderstorms, in northern Arkansas will be close to us pretty soon. Whew. that better to hear me? I'm thirsty, man. I haven't had much water today. Not sure why, but it switched my preferred microphone input to bottom instead of backlight. So the bottom of the phone was taking the input. A good staging spot. We can get that storm south of Sparta. That storm way north though is going to race into lower dew points, and I'm just not. I doubt we can even get close to catching it. But I'm wondering if those northeastern Arkansas storms go, if those will end up being the show of the day, I guess. Moisture's been a little bit slower than I expected today, but it should be getting pretty close to St. Louis right as those storms move through, which is a pretty dangerous scenario. These storms are moving a bit more easterly than I expected today. Expected a little bit more of a northward component. I think that there's that storm right now near Bradleyville that we're going to catch right as it goes through Mountain Grove. We're going to go after that for now, and then that gives us time to still drop southeast and catch those showers coming out of northeast or northwestern Arkansas, actually. Very impressive radar look. Has the look of multiple warm sector supercells forming in northern Arkansas, which could be pretty dangerous for northern Arkansas and southeastern Missouri. Head back to Radar Omega here. And we'll speed up a little bit. I was driving to my target earlier, and I went through like Mark Twain National Forest, and that's when everyone decided to call me, so I had like 5 missed calls by the time I got out of there. Yeah, that Bradleyville storm looks pretty mean. It's heading towards Mansfield, Missouri, and then eventually Mountain Grove. We're going to completely ignore that tornado warning storm to the north. If you let something get north of you today, you're almost certainly not catching it. And I don't want to go northeast out of Sargent, Missouri, or Kabul, Missouri. I think Mountain Grove. The problem is there's no northeast option in Mountain Grove. There is in Kabul, though. Probably about a 15-mile difference or so. Depending on what this storm does, by the time we get to Kabul, we'll go northeast towards Houston, Missouri. A little bit more open terrain out here, especially once we get towards Kabul. So maybe we could get a better view. But once that Bradleyville storm, Spartan storm, moves east into the better moisture, as the better moisture moves north towards the storm to meet it, could get a strong tornado out of that. Wind profiles are basically perfect. High level instability is pretty good. Really the only thing missing right now The only ingredient that still hasn't quite arrived is moisture, but it's close. Gotta be very cautious chasing in this area. Getting those butterflies, I think this might be what we want. Here we go, it's starting to reorganize a little bit on radar. Starting to kind of pull in that dog leg look and give us more of a hook echo. Still, there's those showers in northern Arkansas. Several lightning strikes already. We'll probably hit this and then we'll head southeast to those storms. Kind of put ourselves in a really nice position here. Terrain is definitely the most unfavorable part of today for chasing. But I think we'll be able to navigate it well. We've chased here before. It's gonna get dark here pretty fast. The sun's already set. Gonna see if I can increase brightness a little bit more one way or the other. Display, overlay. Gonna refocus, brighten everything up again. Oh my goodness. Sorry I blinded you guys, whoops. See, that's what I was talking about when I said I had to bring down the exposure compensation. No, that is not heaven, it's just my stream. Blinding. The autofocus function is really, really nice on this. It handles dark pretty well. Starting to see hints of an anvil to my west. Just need to find a good spot to view. Storms moving through now. We got several severe thunderstorm warnings. Jefferson City's got one. Far out to Vienna, Missouri. Rolla, Missouri is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. There's those supercells moving up from the southwest heading towards Rolla. I think the tornado threat's going to miss them south. And we're going to try and get on the second wave down here. I wonder how there was that target out in some people were targeting like western Iowa, and I wonder how that went. I don't see any tornado reports on here, but initially that area captured my attention too, but just not enough moisture. Very impactful severe weather day. We're going to get this storm coming out of Mansfield, and then we got to quickly get southeast. Actually, just east is fine, because these things are going to be moving pretty fast to the north. Some supercell shapes by Marshall, Arkansas, Western Grove, Arkansas, Harrison, Arkansas. There's actually a severe warning storm south of Branson, part of that second wave. Seems like for now the north stuff is kind of quiet. It's going to be a little bit. We're going to need that moisture to get north to produce that stronger tornado threat. looking a little bit lesser on the St. Louis area now in terms of tornado impact. But they still actually have not even issued that tornado watch, the main tornado watch that's going to be into eastern Missouri and southern Illinois tonight. Expecting a third tornado watch to get issued here in the next couple hours. There's that tornado watch down in Louisiana and Mississippi and extreme southeastern Arkansas. Finally, some storms starting to go up down there. Good call back for them not to cancel the watch. A lot of people, I think, a lot of chasers were getting antsy down there because there was a storm formed and then just died. Very impactful severe weather event. And then even further north, you got severe thunderstorm warnings up into northwestern Iowa, north central Iowa, arcing down into the southeastern Iowa, and then kind of curving back Quincy, Illinois, down to Columbia, Missouri, down to the Branson, Missouri area, and then slightly further southwest into extreme northern Arkansas. Storm might be really trying to reorganize now. We might have to go south here at Mountain Grove. It's kind of a little bit further south than I would expect. Again, I was expecting these storms to be moving much more to the north than they currently are. I was expecting northeast-ish motions, but these are closer to east-northeast. Kind of right in the middle there. But I guess we are pretty far south on the low now, further south than Missouri, than St. Louis, which is having more of those northeasterly. Alright, we got a lot of low clouds blocking now. It's a good sign for moisture. Sit here in Mountain Grove, try and find any sort of spot to observe. It's reorganizing now, just southwest of Mansfield. That storm's probably going to produce here pretty shortly. No tornado warning on it yet. Check rotation on that. Still continuing to organize. Definitely has more of a classic shape to it now. A little bit of hail on it. Classic for these Dixie-ish events. Don't usually see that too much in the Western Plains. Look at that tower kind of up there. Clouds continue to get lower, signaling better moisture. I think our strategy is pretty well set in stone for the evening. I don't think there's going to be too much readjusting going on. We're going to have to hope that lightning can illuminate whatever's back there. Probably pull off on an exit and watch everything roll in on the west side of Mountain Grove, Missouri. Yeah, That storm continues to reorganize southwest of Mansfield, Missouri. That storm could produce big problems for Mansfield. Showers and thunderstorms in northern Arkansas continuing to develop, although slowly. It's kind of the thing with today, these storms have had a more gradual development, which honestly is probably good for tornadoes, because when you get explosive development, you can get too many storms. Expecting a tornado warning to get issued on this pretty soon as this continues to wrap up here. This is going to be like cycle number 2 of the storm, and it's going to produce already. I feel pretty certain about this storm. There's convection coming in behind it, and it continues to organize. It's kind of got that hammer-shaped hook echo, which is definitely an improvement to what it had earlier with the dog leg. Tornado warning for our north again, near Plato, Missouri. Yeah, heading in the general direction of Rolla, but it should miss south and hit between Rolla and Salem, Missouri. Let's keep going here. West of Mountain Grove, maybe north of Mountain Grove, actually. I feel very strongly about this storm right now. Still not a ton of rotation on radar, though. Still needs more time to mature. These low-level clouds are going to make it tough to see. We're going to kind of assemble our camera here once we get out, and then I'll grab you guys. Very dark skies to our west. We're entering Mountain Grove right now. Maybe we stop near Norwood, or if we can find any, I think we're going to want to take major highways. Here we go, we got a bounded weak echo region now on that storm west of Mansfield. It's a donut hole in the storm, basically. Sign of a really powerful updraft that's just gone through. Usually you get tornado genesis pretty quickly after you see one of those. I think we'll get to Norwood and head north towards the Hartville area. 20 minutes away. Man, this thing has got quite the arc to it. I expect tornado to form any minute now, even though there's pretty minimal rotation on radar. When you see a bounded weak echo region in an environment like this, we've got ambulances going to our east. They might be trying to head up east and then north to that stuff. They gotta be careful not to get in the way of this storm. Yep, rotation is now evident on radar. I expect a tornado warning for this thing soon. Southwest of Mansfield. This thing should hit the west side of Mansfield, in between Seymour and Mansfield, Missouri. We're gonna keep heading, blasting over that way. Definitely not my usual chase terrain, that's for sure. Radar just refreshed. It's looking a little bit wonky now. thinking it's going to go straight south of Hartville. But I don't want to go up to Mansfield and go north. Still some pretty high bases back here, honestly. Starting to get some lightning flashes now. I think our base is just tucked back there in a little bit of haze. But there's actually been pretty decent number of viewing spots on this highway. Something just happened on radar. Definite rotation now though. Low clouds feeding into this storm. Definitely a weirder look happening on radar right now. Not sure what's going on. We're still going to continue with our plan though. Try and hit it. Hopefully we can get somewhere with a solid view. Don't want the fastest route. Alright. Should be looking straight at the base right now. Still pretty unclear. Definitely tucked back in there though. Are we getting winds towards us? Alright, whoops. Here we are. Yeah, we're just gonna sit back, I think, and give it a second. We're gonna head on to Williams Road here and hopefully find a view. Service might go in and out here. And has it rained here? It looks like we got a little bit of rain. Maybe not. Feels dry. Looks dry. Gotta remember that coming back this road might be a problem. It is paved, however. But some lightning up there. More of a hail look to it at the moment. Looked so good for a second, but I mean, we're still getting rotation though. Pretty large couplet back in there. Could just be preparing to drop a big tornado. Gotta maintain service here, that's pretty key, but it seems like we might be able to get a good view off to the southwest on this road. These river valleys can be super, super useful. Sometimes they're got trees everywhere, but a lot of times there's farmland and you can clear it out and you can get a good view. Hopefully this is still a public road. Seems still getting southerly wind, okay. It reminds me of chasing southeast Kansas. We're on these long, windy, hilly roads with somewhat open plains, but probably go back a different way when we go south. Since the storm's clearing north, honestly, don't have to worry about rain as much. But we still got a long time before it gets here. We're just trying to get into the best spot that we can before it does. Yeah, I should have probably stayed on that highway, gone further west. That would have been a little bit quicker, wouldn't it? Oh well. It's kind of getting a little bit better of a look. Still a little bit outflow looking, but all these houses now, so these roads should be a little bit better. Should be a little better. Storm is basically due west right now. Pretty nondescript. Nothing like those classic high plain storms. It wants me to take a very weird route. It wants me to go up this way. I'm going to assume that Maps knows something I do not. I don't have a Missouri atlas either, so I can't actually just look. But even then, that wouldn't tell me if there's a road closed, which is usually why Maps does that. A little bit of a bumpy road, marginally bumpy. Prairie here. Alright. How is this road? Paved. That's perfect. Perfect. And it's well paved. Here we go. Go. We don't need to go too far, maybe 2 miles, 3 miles. Lightning starting to illuminate the sky for us. That's going to have to be how we spot any tornado, is with lightning flashes. Got to get something with a view here. I kind of just want to stop pretty soon and check Google Maps. We've still got a minute before it gets here, so we don't have to rush into anywhere. Ooh. This might be good. Keep going a little bit, but we have to remember the spot. Seems like we're kind of on a road that's got several good viewing points here, so I just want to check them all before we decide. Just need something that has got a little bit of a slope to it. I think I can see the base from here, actually. If we can get anywhere to pull off. All these Missouri roads have ditches. Check up here. I think I'm looking at the base right now. We've got a wall cloud. All right. Just past a good spot. I think we're going to end up going there. Unless there's something at the crest of this little ridge, and there might be. Oh man, this is perfect. Oh. Turn off the lights, but you can kind of see back there. There's our storm right there, coming straight at us. Be right back. I'm gonna set up the camera. We're in Amish country now. I bet this thing will produce while we've got a view of it. Get all our stuff set up here. Main camera. I think I don't think I have my tripod on the camera. We've got a wall cloud. We've got a wall cloud to our north. We got a wall cloud to our west-northwest, actually. It's got the look. It has the look. This looks like a tornado producer right now. Check for warnings. No tornado warning on it yet. Definitely looks a little odd on radar. I think we're going to go north. There's a little bit of a grove, trees blocking, and it's moving more north than I expected. Slide a little north. Storm still looks good. There's not much scud on that south side, though, which could be maybe concerning. As far as wall cloud continues to get lower to the ground. We're gonna drop. We're gonna fly north real quick. See if we can't get a better view. We could go back down south, but since this thing's going north, I don't want to back away from it just yet. Definite little lowerings on it though, on that wall cloud. I can't discern if it's a funnel or not, but I'll figure it out. We're gonna follow this road for a little bit more. Yeah, we're gonna take this road unless if we can get through here, this might be perfect. Yep. Practically perfect. Best we can do, I think, for now. I see that wall cloud there. I don't think I see any tornado on that yet, though. Yeah, broad wall cloud on this. Dropped you guys. There we go. Clamp that thing a little bit better here. It's gonna be something that's gonna be on that. I think we'll just keep going north here, just because of how much further north this storm is going, which might be a sign that it's weakening. Just so low to the ground. It means our moisture's here though. Yeah, we need to get moving north right now. Broad base. Keep going north. It goes only a couple miles to my northwest right now. We should intercept and get really close to that south side, which will be fine. No tornado's going to deviate too much today. Gotta get our yeah, we got a wall cloud with a tail. We're gonna get to the other side of this. There's another kind of area here, wooded area we're gonna get around. I can't believe there's no warning for this. Hopefully lightning will illuminate. We're getting plenty of lightning right now to kind of guide us. Goes back and forth. It's not quite sure what it wants to do. Turn a little. cloud right now. Earlier on, gone further north. Yeah, I guess I see why they didn't tornado warn it. The main hook is directly north of us now. There still could be something back there, but based on radar, probably not that likely. It looks really rainy in there. Could be tough to see. Definitely seems a little bit high base still too. About to go underneath the southern flank of the updraft. Kind of got a HP type supercell here. Definitely feels outflow dominant and not tornadic right now, just visually. Windy roads are killing our momentum. stay on this. Behind the hook region right here. Pretty close to where that little rotational area passed. Outside's 56. It's a little cold, but not too bad. Take this Missouri highway and just follow our storm. We fell behind, but I still think we might be able to catch something if it clears out. And it doesn't get too low bases. I don't think bases are supposed to be like super crazy low this time around. Kind of rare for this area. Usually the bases are like really low to the ground and you got to get really close. Today we're able to sit back at least a little more. Yeah, I think this storm is going to be good. It's just we have to stay on it long enough. We probably broke on it too soon like I said we shouldn't do. But we're going to take this storm. We're just going to keep Dipping us south. We're trying to go northeast and you just keep dipping south, dipping south. We gotta what's going on that stuff southeast. Up here. I just can't see back there now. It's way too far north. This thing is a rocket ship going northeast. Still no tornado warning on it. We might. There are all those cells that have just moved in, and there's kind of a big mess in the northern Arkansas right now. This is a chaser, I think. just broke a little too early. But the storm didn't really end up doing anything that much anyway, it looks like. It did have a pretty substantial lowering. But it is always tough. Bluff, reset, get ahead of this Arkansas wave, and see what goes on. We do have a tornado warning now for that storm down by Mountain Home, Arkansas. That's where that better moisture is. So what we're going to do is just get out way out in front. Stay on the east side of the rain. I really thought that storm back there was going to try and get it done, but just not enough moisture. But I think we'll still be in time to get this Arkansas stuff. We definitely moved too early. I need to be able to sleep tonight for that chase in Dixie early tomorrow afternoon. So we got to keep that in mind too. Now we're a little bit restricted on where we can go. I mean, we would never want to go north anyway. That's my energy drink. We'll check chat once we get to a stopping point. I know I have not been good about that. It's just really tough too on these Ozark and Dixie days when your storms are flying, you know. You got to do all that calculating and then want to get this YouTube thing up and running for sure, as well as Twitch. As well. We'll see what we can do. To be fair, storms failed. But we definitely should have sat back and waited for the moisture more. Something I do is I definitely will jump on these Dixie events too early because I'm so used to planes chasing, where the storms move at like 20 miles an hour, so you can just maneuver on them easily. Out here, you can't do that. It's funny. These fast. Really tough places to chase. Eastern Texas even, and extreme eastern Oklahoma. It's just kind of interesting to figure out what those misconceptions are. One of these days I'll get myself a good Dixie tornado. I actually had a tornado here in the Ozarks last year. May 26th, it was the Winona, Missouri tornado. I got to my target, which was like Poplar Bluff, and then I realized a storm was forming, and before I even got there, it produced the best tornado of the day. Well, I guess there was that Kentucky storm, that Paducah, Kentucky supercell, that long track steady state storm that just produced long track tornado after long track tornado. That was the same day. That was after that May 25th. Quite right. I thought that the day was just done and the storm would die, but it ended up surviving to the other side of the outflow, became surface based again, and then produced several tornadoes. When you're storm chasing, the mistakes always outweigh the right call. It's just how it works. Westmoreland, Kansas tornado. I drove right by Westmoreland. I was like 20 miles away from it. I drove right by it and continued into central Kansas and missed it. I mean, the next day I did have Clarendon from a distance. I should have woke up earlier, but and then May 2nd kind of made everything better because I had an insane tornado intercept near Holly, Texas. May 4th was what? That was the Robert Lee day. I didn't see a tornado that day, but there were a lot. I just missed them. And then, no, that would have been May 3rd. And then May 4th was Fort Stockton. They had a tornado that day. Last year was insane. I can't think of a year where I had so many different tornado days. Like in 2023, I had some tornado days, but like I got most of my tornadoes in bulk, like 9 tornadodos in Scottsbluff, Nebraska, and then like 6 or 7 tornadoes in Weston, Kansas / Arapahoe, Colorado. Something happened in 2023. I don't remember. I had a lot of June tornado days in 2023, but 2024 was pretty even. I had a 9 tornado day in April. This year, I started slower this year than last year. Last year, I had seen 3 tornadoes, I think, by this point. 2 in Sagerton, Texas, and 1 in Alta Vista, Kansas. But this year's been a little bit slower for me. It's just been a little bit slower in general. Haven't been too many tornado days that have really verified. Route 17 up here. We're just going to take the fastest option, get down southeast. We're going to get back on that road we started on. Clean that off. There's some rain right now. What's that from? There's a storm forming south. We might just have to go after that HP storm near Mountain Home. Unless that Mountain Grove stuff further north ends up going. Yeah, several tornadoes now. Tornado warnings in Arkansas. That's going to be what we're going for now. We're going to get there a little bit late. Probably, hopefully watching a tornado by midnight. And then we got to get probably about 5 hours of sleep. Get up and get down to eastern Mississippi, western Alabama for that high risk. On high risk days, I chased 2 high risks in 2021, 23. I've chased 4 high risks and only seen like 2 tornadoes, and those 2 tornadoes were so not interesting. Because I had one in Arkansas on like March 17th, 2021. Yeah. And then week 1 in Oklahoma on May 6th, 2024. Several tornado warnings ongoing right now. We're going to pan up to check multiple tornado warnings heading into St. Louis right now. Union, Missouri, southwest, there's a tornado warning. Tornado warning from roughly Owensville to Marthasville, Missouri. Sullivan's under a tornado warning. Steelville, I think there's 3 tornado warnings lined up heading straight towards the St. Louis metro area right now. Especially those 2 storms south, I think, are going to be those main players up there. They are racing towards St. Louis at the moment. Racing towards St. Louis. Hopefully that lead storm will just miss and just not be producing when that goes through, because that's definitely got the best chance of all these storms. That storm near Sullivan. Multiple tornado warnings. That's indicated. All their radar indicated at the moment, but that's because they're pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Only takes 1 storm to go through St. Louis for things to get pretty rough. Those things are advancing on St. Louis very quickly. And there's that cell further south near Salem that we just got off of. It's starting to get a little bit of a fishhook shape to it. Just got to keep the long game in play. I had a way to pan the radar from my phone so I could show you guys, but yeah, that storm north I think is going to go off at some point. The one we were just on, I mean. Towards our area. Look how fast these low-level clouds are moving in. You can see them covering the moon right there. They are racing north. Wow. Strong low-level jet today. That's what's kind of the strong low-pressure system that's driving this weather. Got dust storms and wildfires out west. Intense severe thunderstorms out east. Still multiple radar indicated tornado warnings. I still think that Steelville one might be supercell, Cheryl, Missouri. See most of the main players though. The tornado we're going to be able to chase. Multiple tornado warnings continue towards St. Louis. Seems like they still might be struggling with moisture a little bit, kind of preventing this being a higher end. Should get around 9:30. Should get there around 9:30. That trough move ejects northeast, leaves behind these storms further south. But we're still going to keep those powerful low-level winds. Tonight is just starting, just now getting into the main severe threat. probably north of O'Fallon. Second one's going to come through south of O'Fallon on the northwest side of St. Louis. And that fourth one's going to come through the Oakville, maybe even Festus area. Something to keep an eye on. They'll be there fairly shortly here. My forecast to everyone back home, I was about an hour-ish too fast with everything. These storms are expected to get there probably about 9:15, 9:30. They're well on their way though, they're moving fast. Yeah, those ones south look particularly nasty. Oh man. We got to be mindful of that tornado warning storm to our south though. It's a big, massive storm down there. Your West Plains and Mountain View. We're gonna intercept this thing accidentally here. It's just moving so fast it's gonna get to us pretty quick, I think. St. Louis storms right now. So numerous areas of rotation, especially that southern storm near Salem and that one near Sullivan seem to be the most intense at the moment. Yep, there we go. They extended that tornado warning up into northwestern side of the St. Louis Metro. Wish I could pan my radar. That would be really nice. I gotta write something to do that for me. Yep, there we go. Tornado warning for Wildwood, Chesterfield, O'Fallon, St. Paul, Missouri, St. Charles, Missouri, Union, Missouri. That storm is moving in very quickly. You're not going to have much time. These storms are moving so fast by the time it starts to rain. You just got to get to your safe place. We're continuing our reposition southeast towards Poplar Bluff. We're probably going to intercept this tornado warned storm near Mountain Home, Arkansas, as it lifts northeast towards us. It's basically on an intercept course for us. We'll beat it by a little bit, but we'll probably sit back a second and watch. I think the tornado threat peaks here in a couple hours, maybe 2 hours or so. Windshield when we stop. Got some smudges on it. Really not visible though unless a car's driving straight at us, in which case you're not going to see much of the storms anyway. I tried these, like, they advertised as like glass wipes for your car that were like disposable, and they don't really work. They're like no streaks, and it leaves a lot of streaks. Yep. Northwest side of St. Louis under that tornado warning right now. They'll probably extend that other one into Oakville, Barnhart, Arnold, Fenton, Cedar Hill, Shady Valley, maybe even Festus, but that would be kind of far south. Kirkwood and the St. Louis downtown area will probably be under that next warning for that storm to the south of that one that's heading into the Chesterfield area. I wonder if any of these are confirmed. Confirmed tornado heading through Union, Missouri, towards Chesterfield, Wildwood, straight towards St. Charles. St. Charles is dead center down the line for this. A confirmed tornado. That one further south is still only radar indicated for now. Yeah, this is. Yeah, if you're in the St. Louis metro area, you need to have a safe place nearby. Tornado shelter or a basement, either's fine. If not, go to an interior closet. Get somewhere away from windows. These things are going to have very damaging straight line winds, even if there are no tornadoes. That St. Louis radar is right on the path of this tornado warning here. These things are going to be pretty straight shots. These tornadoes aren't going to bounce around in the warning box. They're going to move pretty much in straight lines. Trying to get a radar update from St. Louis. There we go. Yeah, we got a semi-discrete supercell moving up onto the very scary situation right now. Seems like that strongest storm is that one, and it's heading towards Chesterfield. They have, let's see about our storm down here. Got a tornado warning for that. I just want to get out of the way of it so we're not trapped in the rain trying to look at it. observed tornado to our south right now. 7 miles to get monster coming in. South Fork, right where that moisture is a bit higher than further north. Right where that little gradient is. Starting to get some nerves now, especially with those storms in St. Louis. They have issued a mesoscale discussion especially for St. Louis. Let's see what it says. Tornado potential appears to be becoming focused near and southwest of the greater St. Louis area. That's the header for the discussion that the Storm Prediction Center has just put out. They released this discussion 2 minutes ago. Tornado threat is forecast to spread into the greater St. Louis area. I would watch out for that. If you are in the St. Louis area and even into western Illinois, I would get ready pretty quickly to get to your safe place. Especially if you're in the East St. Louis area. Even if you're probably as far east as Litchfield right now, you got to get ready. These storms are moving fast. These storms are moving over 60 miles. Down to our target. We're starting to get sprinkles from this confirmed tornadic supercell to our south. We've got to make it to 60 before it does, otherwise it could get interesting. It's a good thing we didn't pause or anything to get through here and reconvene. We kind of did that on the fly. Nerves are starting to creep up now. Got multiple confirmed tornadoes in Missouri and Arkansas. We're going to keep moving. I should extend that one. It seems like that Arnold one might not be warned. It might miss the Arnold area. Sorry for poor service. I'm down my network booster today and tomorrow. The wire snapped. So I accidentally closed the trunk on it and it just snapped. So we got to replace that or order that probably tomorrow night so it's ready to go before the next chasing stretch. Driving towards this storm while it's coming at us. I'm hoping we can stay in front. Yeah, there it is. I'll probably have to call my siblings here. They're on the west side of St. Louis. They did not extend that tornado warning into Arnold as of right now. We have to go back and check on it. This storm down by Mountain View. Tornado warning up by McMillin, Illinois. That's my uncle's home. Only radar indicated, not confirmed, thankfully, up there. Almost back to 60, and 60 is kind of our safety, or our safe escape route east. And it's where we really start to get good service back. My radar is a half an hour old. Yeah, we've got a nice supercell moving up straight at me right now. I gotta blast east, get east of Winona, back to Van Buren. We gotta race out that way. Large supercells for this area. Due to the fact they're more mini than this, more elongated. Alright, here we are. We're back at 60. And we are gonna we do have to be really careful of this storm to our south. Should be able to beat it. But there's a bunch of good viewing points on those hills back there. We've already known this area, so once we know exactly where that tornado warning or that rotation is going to come through, where that tornado is going to come through, we can find a spot to watch it cross. Just don't want to get too close. They issued a mesoscale discussion specifically for these storms down here in Arkansas as well. Going to get out of the way of the rain, get in front of this. should pretty easily be able to make it out in front of this. And there is likely a strong tornado ongoing by South Fork right now, South Fork, Missouri. Northeast at what speeds? Northeast at 50. 50 miles an hour, not knots. And confirmed damaging tornado down by South Fork, Missouri. Storms continue to encroach on the St. Louis area. There's actually that one storm has now kind of entered the west side by Washington. Pacific, there's a bunch of chasers down there trying to watch it. Alright, I think this tornado should head pretty close to Winona. So we'll get to the east side of that town, refuel, because I know there's a gas station there. We'll refuel if we've got time and it's not pouring down rain. Because I'm at a half of a tank right now, and I'd prefer to be above that at all times when chasing. My radar Omega app keeps getting cooked. Best burger anywhere, Bigfoot Burger. I don't think I would put foot in any name of any restaurant I had, even if it's Bigfoot. Okay, we're gonna switch iPad radar to St. Louis and keep phone radar. Yeah, there is a confirmed tornado ongoing south of Defiance, west of Pacific. Now, moving northeast. Moving northeast very quickly. To the east of Villa Ridge. Gray Summit, you should be in a safe place immediately. This is a very, very dangerous situation. Confirmed damaging tornado on the ground right now. Yep, there's debris fallout on the west side of Gray Summit. And if you're in Gray Summit or anywhere really northeast of there, I think you should get to your safe place immediately. Immediately. Very, very strong tornado. This is a very impressive couplet on this tornado here. Seems like that stuff near Arnold is kind of lined out. They do not currently have a tornado warning for that stuff that's heading northeast there. They do have a tornado warning further down the line for the storm heading towards Potosi. Multiple tornado warnings. There's a tornado warning down in near, what town is this? What town is this? Mountain View, Arkansas? Or no. Yeah, Mountain View, Arkansas. Mount Olive, Arkansas. Not to be confused with Mountain View, Missouri, which is not under a tornado warning. West Plains, Missouri, South Fork, Missouri, Brandsville, Missouri, all under a tornado warning. Winona, Missouri will probably be put on a tornado warning shortly as the storm continues to track northeast through southern Missouri. There's definitely a confirmed strong tornado west of Eureka, west of Pacific, moving northeast very rapidly, very fast moving tornado. storm's going to follow, I think, Missouri Highway 100 northeast. Near Pacific. Somebody has just reported a funnel cloud on spotter network down there. There is almost no chance that there is not a strong tornado on the ground down there. There is a tornado on the ground. There's a confirmed debris in the air right now down there. The storm is heading in the general direction of St. Charles, Maryland Heights, Chesterfield, Wildwood. Even Baldwin is in that area. Manchester, right on that edge of that warning. Seems like rotation on radar has definitely weakened on that storm pretty quickly. That's good news as it heads into the St. Louis metro even deeper in. And we're going to turn our attention to this storm that's coming in through southern Missouri right now. This is the one that we are about to intercept. There was a confirmed tornado in Rolla, according to Spotter Network earlier, about 8 o'clock. We're just going to keep going through, stay on this highway, and then we'll work down into the Delta as these storms move into the Mississippi Delta. We're going to be there for that. As they move towards Jonesboro, later into the evening, of course. Emergency manager confirmed a tornado. Near Union, Missouri. That was that one that's heading northeast on that tornado warning storm that just weakened. Yeah, rotation has definitely weakened on that storm. Heading towards Wildwood, Defiance, Chesterfield, Weldon Spring, St. Charles. And we really got to focus up on this storm down here now. It is recycled, it looks like. Maybe 2 tornadoes on the ground. No. It's attempting to recycle now. That St. Louis stuff for now with this tornado storm approaching our location. Definite tornado still down by West Plains. About 5 minutes away from our gas station. I think the storm here is going to pass, the storm that we are on, near Brandsville, Missouri, West Plains, Missouri, is going to pass pretty close to our location here. We're going to stop for gas. Just to top off real quick. 71 degrees outside still. pretty hungry. We might bust out our can of soup while we wait for this storm to roll up to us here. Yep, it's about 20-30 miles southwest of me at the moment. Lots of lightning now though, ahead of the storm. We're gonna head to this Casey's in town real quick, unless we can find a closer gas station just off the highway. And then I will look at chat, since it's been like what, 3 hours? I watched a tornado right here last year. Gas stations are all going to be on the left, I think. There's an Exxon up here. We'll just fill up there. I think I have a gift card here, actually. We'll use that. Hopefully they're open. Some places out here close the pumps. I guess since it's off 60. I remember I was chasing in Nebraska, somewhere in northeast Nebraska, and they like closed the pumps at 9 o'clock. Can't see the turn right here. Yep. Top off our gas. Hopefully they got a bathroom in there. We'll do gas first, though. All right, I'll be right back. All right, full tank of gas. We'll pull up here, stop at the bathroom, wipe off the windshield, read chat, and then keep watching this tornadic supercell move up towards us. Sorry, I'm keeping that thing on because I'm not going to buckle to go. There we go. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys, wipe off the windshield here. Check chat, it has been a bit. They issued a tornado warning now for Arnold, Oakville, Melville, Murphy, Missouri, Fenton, Town and Country. That Chesterfield one is the one that I'm, Weldon Spring, Clarkson Valley, that's the one that I think is most dangerous here. That Arnold one looks pretty strong too. Got a tornadic supercell heading straight towards us right now. Update our radar, make sure everything's working okay, because it's been about 20 years since I checked that. And then we'll run this like that. That much. Didn't mean to run it that much. I didn't get Celsius. I got a Monster. What I got today. Make sure everything's functioning. Everything is. Is radar actually functioning? You can see that supercell starting to encroach on us now. multiple tornado warned supercells down south. Got a line of, here we go, here's our tornado warning. It just extended it for us. Yeah, there's powerful tornado down there. Here we go. Here we go. We could probably dive south a little bit to try and get a good view. We will see what we're doing. Let's see. I think we're gonna have to go further east towards Van Buren. I've decided against too much action to handle a spoon right now. This thing is definitely going to be a little bit further east. We're gonna head a little further east. I actually don't even remember how to get out of here, I can't lie. There go the tornado sirens. Very eerie tornado sirens. Yeah, we definitely need to get moving east here. Going to be the one firm, strong tornado right now. What happens if I do this? take this, and then we'll take this storm, and then we'll head down into it should cross like right along this road. That's going to be our best shot to get a view as it crosses the road. Pretty much good to stop up here. How far back is it on us? 15 miles back. Thing we got to do, we have to keep things closed so we can turn on if it gets too close. Call this good enough for right now. Crazy lightning activity going on right now. This is a long track tornado. We might actually even have to go further west to see it. looking straight where it would be right now. We're looking towards where a long track tornado is on the ground right now. I'm gonna switch into my hoodie here because I'm cold. Multiple tornadoes confirmed near St. Louis. Powerful tornado approaching us right now. All right, this is moment of truth right here. We've got to find somewhere where we can go back and turn around. I mean, I guess in the worst case we could, okay. I'm not anticipating it coming straight through here, but we need to be careful. Because, like, our next turnaround is a mile up the road. Are you guys okay?
Yep, we're good.
All right.
We're in the basement.
Yeah, there's a confirmed tornado that went between you and the high school.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah. All right.
Keep an eye on us.
I will. It should be done now. I've got a big tornado coming at me, so I'm gonna let you go.
Goodbye.
See ya. Multiple tornadoes have just gone through St. Louis metro area, including one that's moving up roughly the Interstate 55 right now. We've got a large tornado coming at us. Tornado outbreak is underway. Very scary situation. Very, very scary day. Tornado went through where I went to high school, in Arnold, Missouri. Got a little pit in my stomach right now. What I'm really hoping though is it doesn't come from the left. "13 miles away now, closing in on us rapidly." We're looking towards a confirmed tornado right now to our southwest. Can't see it just yet, but it should come into view. Getting some hail now. It's going to be coming straight through that little gap we're looking at. Somewhere back in there is probably a very powerful tornado. And the rain stops. Oh my goodness. I think I see the right edge of it. Can't see with this guy's lights in the way. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna try and photograph. I think I can see it from here. There might be a big wedge coming straight at us. We might have to get out of the freaking way. I think that's it. I think we just see it. I think it's right on the edge of those trees right there. I think there's a big, big tornado. want to see where the radar rotation's at. All right, we're probably safe to move up a little. It is right there though. I want to get a good clean shot of it. I can see the updraft. I can see our little wall cloud. And tornado should be tucked straight ahead. Don't know if we want to keep moving. It stopped raining again. I think it's going to miss us to the west, so we're going to push a little bit further west. We can always come back. It is straight ahead right now. We can't go too far this way. You got to be really careful. This is nerve-wracking here, but we're going to do it. You might be able to hear it soon. Should be just over that hill. Please let us see it here. Oh, it's rain wrapped. Should be in the inflow. Should be crossing the road any minute. We can see it. Maybe not. think that's a power flash right in front of us there. I want to turn around. Yep, we're turning around. It should pass pretty close to where we are. Tough to see though. It's all this rain wrap. Too close. It's right behind us. What the fuck did I do? These winds should mean it's north of me though. Yeah, it was right behind me there. Never saw it. I think I was in the ghost train for a minute. That's right. Take me back south, please. I don't hear anything tornadic. Should be safe now. Man, that was sketchy. And we're not going to be able to see it because it's completely rain wrapped. Definitely north of us. This is a strong inflow. We are in the inflow region of this tornado. Like this wind is being pulled straight into whatever tornado is north of us. I'd like to punch through this rain.
Very, very scary. I think it's impossible to see through all that rain. We got it. We're getting power flashes north now, though. I'd like to get to this road will kind of parallel it northeast, and I want to stop to see if I can get a picture. Maybe the notch we couldn't see it, but maybe south we can see it. We're running parallel with it right now. Do these people see anything? I can't see anything back there, it's too high precip. A confirmed tornado. It is literally like right next to us and we can't even see it. Another tornado warning. They're saying that it was spotted. By who? I mean, you have to get really close to it to see it. We didn't see it, we felt it. Tucked back in that rain. That was so sketchy. We could feel that there was a tornado there, but we never saw it. You just feel the way the wind was moving. And that sudden direction change when it went from northeast to southeasterly winds. You could just feel it. I don't think this rain's going to clear out, but we just need one perfectly placed lightning bolt. Alright, we don't want to go too much further north here. Recycling right now. gonna head down towards Poplar Bluff. The storm should keep going north of the road. Tornado seems to be including. We have to be really, really careful in the next cycle.
Completely rain-wrapped tornado in there. There's one forming right behind us.
Nope, it just went out slow. Okay, we'll continue back south. Already 10 o'clock. target. There was a tornado on that. We just never saw it. Maybe my camera caught it. But while driving, wind shift. By the way, my radar Omega thing is lagging a little bit behind, so. Definitely things are starting to slow down at least a little bit now that that trough has moved back. Very dangerous severe weather day. All these things have been pretty HP today. going southeast. We never really had that great of a view. I thought maybe we were capturing the right edge of it on the back side of the mezzo, but it was just scud. It was just tucked even further back in the rain. Definitely pushed it about a half mile too close, but it is kind of tough to tell which way the wind's shifting out here with all these hills. They like to mess with the inflow direction. That stuff's going to continue northeast. We're going to go on this storm that's by Pocahontas, Arkansas. Taking the long way around for these. And then after that storm, I'm probably going to call it a day unless we can get a little bit less rainy storms further south, which doesn't look likely. And then we're going to try and find a safe area to get a couple hours of sleep and then get up for the high risk in Dixie tomorrow. It should be much easier to chase than this stuff. That tornado was a bit further west than it was on radar. Because I was practically sitting in the couplet and I wasn't even under the base. Time to finish my monster, I guess. These next one's a little bit more conservative. Big tornado back there. Dude, that inflow always scares me whenever you feel that inflow just shift like that. Although with these northeasterly moving tornadoes, generally if you're in the inflow that's moving, those southeasterlies, you're okay. Once I hit that, I calmed down a little. It was just when I was getting northeasterlies was I panicking a little. But I didn't think it would. It didn't deviate further east along the road. I didn't think it would do that. Because I mean, I was looking out the window and I still wasn't even under the base for most of that drive. The horseshoe was still further back west. Once we came out of that. We're gonna keep dropping down the line here. I think that's the next move. There's a confirmed large tornado near Cherokee Village, Arkansas. Ravenwood Springs, Arkansas, moving northeast. We're probably gonna catch it before it gets into Poplar Bluff. Because they're up in, everybody that I know is up in St. Louis. So
little bit less than an hour till we're on that Williford storm right now. This will probably be our last intercept of the night, and then target for tomorrow is Dixie. How far away is Starkville? $258. You know what? I might be able to get more sleep than I thought tonight. Might get a bit more sleep than I thought. Yeah, it's just a big chunky supercell in Pocahontas. tornado will start to open up here once we get start getting south here. Storm's going to be creeping up on us pretty fast. This one's got a confirmed tornado. We just seem to be like a step too late. Head towards Poplar Bluff and then cut south in front of that. We may have to swing out further. I'm not sure what the best angle to see this tornado is going to be from. I really don't want to sit northeast again. Maybe we'll try and sit northwest. There's not going to be much hail, so I don't really have to worry about that. I don't think I'm going to be able to see anything from south. Further south, they're definitely moving a bit slower. But we'll hit like a gridded road network up here, which is going to be super nice. Highway chasing is only fun when it's in Wyoming. really need to. We should be able to beat this thing east. It's really not moving as fast as that stuff north. Probably 30 seconds. But there was a funnel cloud in it, a little debris whirl. Yeah, this will be the last storm, and then we've just got to find somewhere we think is safe. Depending on the temperature, we might just car camp. Just so we can get out of the way if anything goes up. It might be the safest option, honestly. I'll be south of this next tornado warning storm before it even gets here. I'll probably intercept it north of Corning. It feels like north is probably the best way to view these. Just not used to that. Because they're getting so much like RFD and rain out on the southeast flank and obviously east. Like the least amount of rain is west and north. Probably going to be safer to go after everything from the west too. on it, that stuff's gonna probably obstruct our view. From the west. Realistically, what we could do is just keep going south and then just see if we can get a view of it. And just not worry about north or whatever. But I want to catch it out in, you know, out in the delta itself where it's flatter. It's going to be 30 times easier to see everything already. Like, I can already tell it's pretty flat here. I'm not going to really have to maneuver too much around trees, especially once we get further south. Start to see some of those lightning flashes off to our right from the storm we're approaching. Still kind of a ways back. I really want to wait to get in the plains, although it's like where the flat lands, but that might not be an option. We might just have to go get south and then go towards Naylor. Where's Doniphan relative to this? Alright. Yeah, Naylor might just be where we end up trying to get a view from the south. We will bump into somebody we know. I'm hungry more than anything. I ate all my Pringles. And I ate, I saw my soup. I can't remember what soup I brought. I think it's just classic chicken and Campbell's Chunky. Have to get out and probably head down to Corning, and then we can always correct back north. Well, like the best spot to view this tornado might be like just south of the tornado cyclone, past that like the RFD, which is pretty got kind of like that reverse hook look, but it's about to merge with some other stuff, and there's a lot of storms starting to go up. pre-sip of this next supercell. What is this? Supercell number 3? It's number 3. Yeah, because we had that one that we closed too early on. We should have sat back, caught that wedge near Alton. Out of the woods, literally. Kind of like right on the edge. This is where the terrain gets really manageable. Best place in Dixie to chase terrain-wise. So out of practice for Dixie. I just started doing Dixie again in December. I hadn't chased Dixie since 2021, which was still my first year chasing. I almost got hit by like a weak tornado in Tennessee, but I was like, I'm not gonna come back until I'm better at avoiding that stuff. Tornado's still pretty far away. We're probably going to have to make a move towards it. So 30 miles away. But I would like to keep it in this terrain. Might just be playing everything too far back. How fast is this morning cabin moving? Northeast is 65. Okay, well, if it's moving that fast, Success, Arkansas. Just head down a little bit more and then, let's see. Ended up working decently. We made it out to the Delta before most of the storms got here. The problem is there's a lot of stuff going up. I'm a little worried about things getting a little messy, but there's just a long line of tornadic storms. And ours is just HP now, and there's a couple other ones that maybe it would be a little bit easier, but we're not going to make it down to Little Rock. Probably went too far south. We're just gonna sit here and watch, and then probably end up sliding a little bit north. Sliding a little bit north. Yeah, I think we're definitely too far south. Road here. Yeah, look how flat this is. This is so different from where we were like an hour ago. Actually, like 20 minutes ago. 90% sure I literally pulled off on this exact road last year. Maybe not. I need somewhere to actually pull off. Just a little pull out up here. Those trees right in front of it, of course. I'm gonna call this good enough for now. Just watch everything roll in on this dangerous tornadic storm right now. Looks like... yeah, I'm probably going to have to slide a little bit further north. I probably came too far south. And I agreed to get into the flat terrain. But if I do move around, I don't want to ever drive into Poplar Bluff, because this thing is going to get really close to that. There's so many tornado warnings right now. I mean, this is already a pretty big outbreak ongoing, and then you add tomorrow into the mix. Just the background winds are rocking the car. All right, I'm gonna go get my soup. This is a good time to eat something that isn't Pringles. Oh, those southerly winds, man. I don't remember what bag I have the soup in. This could be a problem. We could be soupless. No. Okay, it's gotta be in the other bag then. It would be helpful if I could locate the other bag. It's howling out here. These power lines are scaring me a little. Alright, where are my spoons at? There we go. And I'll be right back. Hopefully I don't spill it in my cup holder this time like I did last chase. We're gonna look over our environment while we eat some soup. Okay, round 3 for us. Man, this thing is gonna be so rain wrapped. Do we just continue south? Oh, I need to charge my phone. Well, I need to charge both phones. Go, this streaming one will go first, and then I'll get my other one. Where's my battery? Cool. Man, that lighting is just crackling. Alright, here we go. We'll get this charging, and then I'm actually going to run a second charger, if I have the space, to the Wi-Fi hotspot, which just died. Wi-Fi hotspot is for my iPad, not the streaming camera. There we go. That's back on. I gotta find a place to put my soup over here. Not in the cup holder. Oh, here we go. They just went tornado warning for downstream for us. Pretty insane lightning in front of us. Okay. I hate that my iPad readjusts the brightness. It always like blinds me whenever I turn my car lights off. All right, before I forget, I'm gonna go turn off my close my trunk actually. What the heck was that? Okay. We're settled. You can see all those CGs in front of us here. Tilt the camera just slightly because it's being strange. There we go. Okay. Trying to think what our strategy should be here. I think we just sit on this one. It's heading straight for us, basically. All those lightning bolts over there are basically just north of where that tornado would be. Whoa! Please tell me I caught that. Yeah, we're watching a confirmed tornadic storm approach our location right now. Confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado. We've just got such a good viewpoint here. I don't want to leave and go north back into the trees. I mean, I guess we could go east and then north. But I feel like we'd be able to get a better view from here. Plus, with all these storms blowing up, I'm a little bit hesitant to think it's going to be as easy to see it later down the line. All right. I'm eating my freaking soup. Lightning is definitely getting closer. Whoa. Was your drive personal or business? Business. It's hard for me to want to leave this spot knowing it's coming straight here. Because I could press into the trees, but I feel like we're going to need all the help we can get with being able to see it anyway. I think staying on the grids is best. Alright. Woo. That lightning struck pretty close. Oh. I think this is my longest chase live. It might be close. Ooh. Here it comes. Maybe not. No noise with that. Wow. Let's keep looking here. Update radar Omega. Sitting just east of Naylor, Missouri, right on the Arkansas-Missouri border. Got a confirmed tornado moving straight towards us, actually probably a little bit north of us. Yeah, it's probably going to pass just a tad bit north of us. It's about, yeah, because it's west of us now. It's about 15 miles west of us. I think we're going to go north here. I think we've got to go north here. I mean, I guess we could go north and then east, but... our base way back there? Or is that just inflow? Might just be an inflow tail. I think we just gotta go north because it's already equal with us. We're gonna turn and go north. Soup break is over. more soup. Well, probably gonna be more soup in a little bit, but not right now. Alright. Go here, go north, back into the trees. Dude, there were like birds out there, like bouncing from the wind so much that they were like landing on my thighs, man. That was not fun. Alright. Gonna go north. Feel like we're starting to get somewhat of a view of something in the distance. Not tornado looking, but kind of our storm here. We'll jog a mile or two north. Yeah, because this thing is gonna cross this road here pretty soon. It's gonna get pretty close to Poplar Bluff, unfortunately. A pretty large town under the gun. Alright, if we can pass this little tree thing up here, we can get a better view. This thing has kind of moved towards our position so fast, it's only like 10 miles away now. There's a road right here, which there is. With no trees, we're stopping. Next road. There's already somebody up here, but I don't care. I think we got a better chance to see this storm. I think we're starting to get a view already. I'd love to find somewhere to pull out. Here we go. Maybe? Maybe? This isn't gonna cut it. Oh, we got like a little parking lot thing right here. This'll work. Don't see any signs or anything, so I assume we're fine. I don't know what even used to be here. Like a foundation that's been wiped. Not from today, I don't think. There's nothing that came through here. Alright, we're gonna hit right here and look back this way. Oh, I think you can start to see the base coming into view now. Way off in the distance there. Oh man, we just got a close lightning bolt. I'm gonna point up a little. Not that up. There we go. That's fine. Whew. Yeah, that's our base right there. Any tornado is going to be tucked on the right side. We might want to get out a little further ahead and let this new looks like maybe a new couplet trying to go. We'll wait one scan. We might be able to see it pretty soon here. That might be it right there. See a little lowering off to the right there. That might be it. I can't quite tell. We're still just a little too far away. At least a wall cloud, it looks like. Sure this is accurate. Yeah, law enforcement just reported a funnel cloud. That's got to be it right there. We're gonna keep going north. Keep going north till you see the wedge. Okay, hopefully I didn't smell soup. That was bumpier than I was expecting. Watching it carefully here. Woo! That was crazy. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to turn you guys quite as far this way. It's gonna be over here. Yeah, law enforcement reported a funnel cloud. There's a new circulation trying to go. It's gaining steam quickly. Yeah, there's definitely a lowering back there. I can't confirm anything else, but there might be a big tornado back there already. It still looks to me like there's nothing quite on the ground yet from this latest cycle. I see a low wall cloud, but I don't see any funnel or anything. It's gonna come pretty close to me, I think. Yeah. We just gotta get to an area with any visibility. But like that's the thing, is this thing's gonna cross right on the edge of these trees here. We could probably dive a little east. I just want to stay out of Poplar Bluff when this thing comes through. Yeah, that new cycle is gaining some pretty major steam. Can't see it quite as well because of these trees now. It's still a ways back. I've still got a bigger buffer than radar's making me feel like I have. Here we go. Tornado warning, new cycle. Okay. It's gonna cross pretty close to where everyone's at up here. Alright, I guess where this one dude is at. Kind of losing view of everything behind very low trees. Can I not go through there? I can't. Dang. Alright, well I'll have to turn around then. Gotta be really freaking careful again. see. Okay, no, that main thing is still further west. Okay, what we should probably do then is just stay on this road and let it cross in front of us. There is like a secondary circulation almost back there though. Yeah, we're gonna take this roundabout. There's like a new cycle right next to the old one, which is making me a little bit hesitant to go north because I don't want to get ran over by the secondary while watching something else. Because I can't see and there's a barrier here. I'd like to turn around. Gonna be on top of me pretty quickly here. I mean, it's just gonna be so rain wrapped. Next turnaround is 2 miles. Okay, well, we'll do that and then we'll go south. I would rather let these things pass north of me right now instead of sitting in between them. Any view of a lowering or whatever that I had is gone. Don't like these kinds of roads because there's just no options, you know, there's that barrier in between. So if I really want to turn around, I can't. I gotta drive up a mile before I can. There's no roads here that take me east at this exit too. There's probably a strong tornado. My radar scan is wonky. Okay, I think I see some inflow now, getting my bearings. I want to get back south on this. I came too far north. Forgot that this road's got nowhere to readjust. Probably pretty close to the path right now. Oh, the second circulation. Well, I guess we kind of could get a view right here. I feel like I should warn these people. There's a tornado coming pretty close to this location. What? There's a tornado. I would get south. There's a tornado? Yeah, there's a pretty strong tornado southwest.
Our car's about to break down.
It's about 8 miles southwest, so you have a little bit of time.
We might be able to go right here and get a view southwest. Seriously, I might have to go back and pick those people. There it is right there. Oh my God. Guys, it's right there.
It's right there?
Yeah, it's just over those trees. Do you guys need a ride? I can take you somewhere.
What?
It's just over those trees over here. I'm a storm chaser.
Okay, we're gonna drive.
Okay, just if you go south, I think you should be okay. If you go that way on that road, you should be okay.
Okay.
Sorry for my language. These people down and away. Make sure they're okay, and then we'll turn back north here pretty soon. Oh, it's so nerve-wracking, man. Oh, that's gotta suck. I think they're behind me still. There's definitely a strong tornado right next to us. Where are their headlights? Where are their headlights? Okay. I'm gonna have to turn around and go back. That was a big tornado. I don't have a visual of it right now. Should be crossing behind me pretty shortly. Unless it's in front of me. I don't think it is. those people are safe back there. I'm gonna turn north and go check. We're in southerlies right now. I'm gonna turn back north. Hopefully this is that them? That was not. They had yellow headlights. Yeah, that thing was gonna go really close to there. I'm hoping they kept driving, because I lost him after like a little bit. I couldn't get back to turn around. This stuff right here is not bad at all. Definitely north now. We'll press on that way. That was close to that gas station though. Glad I talked to them, man. I don't think they would have gotten away in time. I think this is them. Nope. Alright, don't hydroplane, that would be kind of rough. I honestly couldn't completely tell if it was on the ground or not, but there was just such a big lowering, I didn't want to risk it. And maybe it would have slid to their north, but again, they should have just got out of the way. Oh no, it's gonna go so close to Poplar Bluff. I don't see them. Maybe they turned off somewhere, I don't know. Oh, this might be them.
southwest. We're gonna cruise up north. See if we can... Whoa. Crossing right up here. Still have a CC drop. CC drop. I wonder if what we saw back there was a tornado or just a wall cloud. Woo. Okay, I think we're about to call it for today. Yes. across any damage yet. There are some road signs knocked out here. I think I found the damage. There's a couple things knocked over, but nothing major. Change. Whatever it is, it seems like it's dying to the north. A lot of planting out power down here. Might be it right there. What's left of it at least. It seems like it's this town. Seems like CC was not really low on it though. It's got a weird orientation to it. What are our moves here? Go southeast. That's Campbell. Because that's kind of the thing is like, we're trying to get southeast and these storms are going to kind of try and block us. Where is this thing going to go? Poland? Try to head over towards like, so what we can do, what I'm probably planning on doing is I'm planning on getting down into Arkansas towards like Bleville and then sleeping if there's no storm. If there's a storm around there, we'll chase it until it passes, and then otherwise I'm going to bed because I got to be up for that high risk tomorrow. It'll start in like 12 hours. I think service is down here. It's like dark. Power's got to be out. this way. We have to watch out to our southeast. Oh, there's a narrow bit of damage here. I don't see anything major. Some snap trees and the like. Tornado. Another tornado warning.
Probably a big rain gap tornado going north. Power flash is north. We're gonna pass under here. We got power flashes north. You can see if I can get a view. I think there's a big tornado right there. see the left edge of it.
I'm soaked. So is the inside of my car, but there was definitely a tornado north. It's where they issued that new warning from. I gotta get a screen grab. What? My phone's all wet. Yeah, there's like intermittent lightning strikes will really show the rock hard left edge of it. Try and point you guys that way, but I don't have enough wiggle room because it's due north and we're looking east right now. Yeah, I think I just captured that tornado. Oh. Get any good shots. I got like one where it looks like a maybe at best. I think I captured. I'll have to go look tomorrow, but we're gonna pull radar real quick and check. I don't have any service. That's probably gonna call it for our chase. Could keep going south. I mean, there's that Jonesboro's under threat. I mean, this is a major tornado outbreak. We're gonna go grab this. I want to try and sync radar with it. Yeah. I don't want to stay on everything out here all night though. Come on. You can load. There we go. My photos were at. These make it look unclear. We'll have to see what damage survey says to confirm, I guess. Like, I didn't get any lightning flashes that were like dim enough that would illuminate it from behind. It's definitely not a rain shaft. Oh, what is like the perfect one? All right, well, we'll just forget about that for now. I think we're going to continue on with the chase. I'm like 90% sure I just got the left edge of kind of a rain-wrapped tornado north of Poplar Bluff. We're going to keep going. Oh, my car's all wet and I'm soaked now because I stood outside in the rain to try and get any video of it. I'll have to refine that stuff later. Because like in my video you can see that the rain shaft will disappear at times with lightning, but there's a little looks like a stovepipe. Alright, we're gonna keep moving. I don't see any, it's definitely dissipated now. I want to see CC. Yeah, that was the tornado. That was for sure the tornado. Oh my goodness. I'll have to edit that out, but it was a huge tornado. Another tornado warning here. Man, it just won't stop. Going to continue chasing towards the target. We'll probably sleep tonight, go to bed at 1, wake up at like 8, maybe wake up at like 6, and then blast. The greatest intercept. I'm embarrassed about these tornado shots. going southeast, I mean, if they're going to keep producing, it's tough for me to want to stop chasing tornadoes when tornadoes are happening. But that hypothesis was correct, where we kind of had to get back behind like those like RFD outflow winds and then south of the tornado cyclone for the best view. Because that's exactly what I did there, and even though I was a little bit more behind it, because I was trying to make sure that those girls didn't get hit, but because I wasn't quite sure exactly where it was going to come through. There's like a secondary circulation that formed, and I thought it was going to go straight over that gas station. Thankfully it didn't, and I don't think their car even made it far. Today it just keeps going. This is going to be a pretty historic outbreak if we continue at this pace tomorrow. I tried to get my camera out and get like still shots of it, but rain was getting on the lens, so I had to use my phone. Which sucks, because I would have got some pretty good still shots with it. Of it, I should say. Well, I guess I could say I saw a tornado at night in Dixie, I guess. Still in Missouri, so I don't know if that completely counts. I mean, I guess we're in the Mississippi River Delta, so I guess count those. We got a blast down to like Tupelo, Mississippi for tomorrow. Maybe Meridian, somewhere in there, into Alabama. I'm not feeling that tired, but like if I go too far southeast right off the bat and I'm just like, okay, I'll drive to the target, there's a good chance I have to take shelter from a tornado that's coming at my hotel. So like it might just be best to go to bed slightly early once these storms pass. Get up 4 or 5 hours of sleep and then head down to Tupelo. I think that's what we got to do to keep the high risk in play. I mean, I'd much rather chase daytime tornadoes anyway, but it's still really tough to leave a storm, like storms you know are producing, even if it's probably the best move for chasing. And I'm not one of those people that can pull all-nighters. I usually struggle with it, so I don't even try it. I don't even attempt it. I think I did it one time, and I chased Ohio, and it was so not worth it. But man, that storm south now is just looking pretty interesting. When does this watch end? Hour 54. Yeah, that was definitely a tornado. Someone just confirmed damage from it. I got like water in my soup from the rain. I think I did. iPad's still functioning. I got the inside of my car so wet because I forgot to roll up the window. This is probably going to be the outbreak of the year. How far are we from tomorrow's event? That's our question. Assist died. I'm gonna get about 5 hours of sleep tonight, which is more than I was expecting, I think. We'll keep moving east here. It depends on what this storm does and whether we ignore it or go after it. I just don't have the stomach for a 24-hour chase. If I get at least 2 to 3 hours of sleep, I'll be fine. I woke up earlier than I would like to today because I had power outage back at my house from all that wind in Colorado. And I'm just annoyed I didn't get very much good footage. But that's the nature of nighttime chasing. Marching through Dixie. Marching through Dixie. I really blundered the first part of the chase, but we kind of recovered it, I guess. Man, this. All through Arkansas. There's actually West 2001 going this.
but I'm not going to go out of my way to do that anymore. I think that just strategically we really need to get down to Mississippi. It's just going to be like early morning to morning is going to be the main lull of severe weather. I think the tornado threat's still pretty high for a couple more hours for this event. But I don't want to be rolling into bed at 4 a.m. really, if I can help it. I mean, I'd much rather go to bed at like 2 or 3 and then just get up early. Because normally my instinct is just to drive as far as I can. But like that's kind of a bad option tonight with all these tornadic supercells. To be fair, like I think I've chased 4, but March 31st of 20, or actually we'll start from the beginning. It was like March 17th. I did see a tornado, but like I didn't go all the way down to like the main bit. And then there was like a high risk March 25th, 2021. And we didn't really, I wasn't like good at forecasting, and I didn't realize that the EML was so stout that it prevented storms from the main like target area. And then in 2023, I got indecisive and I sat like kind of in the wrong spot, I guess. And I didn't really do my own forecast that well. I didn't do my own forecast that well, and I ended up missing the Kyoto tornado. I think this storm south of me is going to be kind of rough, but everything seems to be trying to go a little bit upscale. Why does my window keep rolling down? Let's go. Okay. I'm hungry for my soup. I haven't had soup in a bit. I forgot that I had you guys like pointed that way for like 12 years, so my bad on that.
gotta just keep an eye on this stuff down here because I don't want to accidentally drive into a wedge. That would suck. That wouldn't be fun. Doing good on gas still. We got half a tank. I don't want to sleep in Memphis. Please don't make me sleep in Memphis. No offense if you live in Memphis. south as far as we can go. I think Blytheville might be a safe spot. I think that's where we're going to sleep for the night. There's a tornado warning on this storm. I don't think it looks quite as good as some of the other ones. It's going to be in that direction. I'll point you guys up a little more so you can actually see. There we go. Possible tornado in that direction. It's just insane. These days are just insane. I just feel like sometimes I don't have the vocabulary to kind of describe, but when I'm out chasing, most of the time it's really hard to get a tornado. And then you get days like today, and it's just like every storm. It's just unbelievable.
have to be careful here. Another tornado warning just came through my phone. This one's a little bit lower precip than the previous, and rotation's not quite as good, but when I say not quite as good, I mean it's really weak in last frame. But they've all got kind of that structure with kind of like that bow out, and then the tornado's back behind. It's really interesting. Thing we have to worry about in Dixie is flash flooding. I would like to get to the same spot. What are we doing, dude? Run this one pretty easily. Definitely a bit more, definitely a bit smaller of a storm. This definitely would be an easier tornado to photograph. Wow, look at that. And the rain stops. Then it comes back. Rain stops, then it comes back. Sliding south here. Switch to regular velocity. Yeah, it's just tough to tell what it is. A bunch of storm relative. I like to find the base here. Yeah, with these smaller storms, though, you don't get as much lightning, so it's a little bit tougher to discern anything. Realistically, though, it's going to pass just north of me. Which radar are we using? We're using Paducah. There is a little weak couplet up there. CC drop? Not really. I think we'll bypass this. Yeah, there's so much low cloud now that it's tornado spotted in this area. What? That has to be further south, right?
or probably earlier on actually. I was gonna say. Probably about to recycle. I went with a severe warning downstream for this one though. Like I said, we're just gonna keep trucking south, bypass it, because I really would rather see it get daytime tornado stuff and be able to chase both days. More linear structure on some of these. That's a good sign to keep going. Tornado warnings up in Illinois. Tornadoes reported up by, I guess there's a funnel cloud up there. Tornado reported on the, funnel clouds reported in Illinois. Multiple long track supercells have produced long track tornadoes. Definitely it's actually probably just going to be the biggest outbreak of the years today and tomorrow. What are the chasers? What that is. Yeah, they went with a severe warning for the storm downstream instead of tornado. I think we're just going to keep heading down. I think Bleville's going to end up being a safe place to sleep tonight. So we're going to go there. for this storm to my... Yeah, probably just for this storm. Two more discrete tornadic supercells, one near Jonesboro. The other one is near Oak Grove Heights. Keep scooting down south. I'm ready for bed. I'll keep you guys on just in case we end up getting close to one of these tornadoes just by happenstance. Just driving on the way down to the target for tomorrow. I think we'll make... Where is... So I'll be about 4 hours away from my target for tomorrow, which isn't bad. It's not great, especially with how early everything's supposed to go up. I'd like to make more progress, but I just don't want to be bothered. But I'm definitely not getting a full night's sleep. If I get a full night's sleep, I'll probably miss the event. I really want to try and focus on if we can get a storm to go through some of that better terrain, like near Tupelo, I think. Then I'd like to go after stuff in there. Otherwise, I will branch out a little bit more. So quiet of a chase season, and then bang, just a huge outbreak. I mean, I guess it's pretty early, but pretty early in the season, I mean. Be in position by about 2 o'clock. But I want to be there probably closer to noon. wondering if they would go with 45, especially given what happened tonight. This environment's a little bit more potent somehow. Those big lows. I mean, like, there's tornado warnings in Illinois. Tornado maybe reported by Effingham, funnel cloud. Tornado reported northeast of Effingham. These nighttime outbreaks are scary. Good thing I did that like little practice run. Here we go, another tornado warning. It just does not stop. This is going to be for that storm coming up from Marmaduke. It just does not stop. Alright, we got to speed up a little bit to head this thing off. I don't want to be caught in the path of this one. I mean, look at this low-level winds. I think this is my longest chase stream. I started at like 6 o'clock. It's almost 1. Yeah, the tornado warnings for this thing south. The winds are just so tough to drive in. It's messing. My car's got like this steer assist feature where it'll try and keep you in the lanes, and it's almost unusable because my car just doesn't know how to respond to the wind. This one is not a confirmed tornado. I do think the severe risk is still going to keep going for a little bit, but I think cool off. Bleville is definitely where I'm going to be trying to go to bed, because then I got to get up and get to like, I'd like to get to like Tupelo. Why did I mess up? Why did I say Tupelo? You can tell I'm not familiar with my Dixie chasing. They've got a room available at one of my preferred hotels. It would really suck if they didn't, but I guess I could always keep sliding a little further south. Yeah, it looks like to me that Jonesboro storm could be a bit of a problem, but I think as far as sleeping tonight, I think I'm gonna be okay. I just don't want to go like. I just want to stay like along the interstate here so I can get down into Mississippi pretty efficiently. National Weather Service is pointing out that violent is possible. Well, you know what? There's actually one hotel further south. It's a little bit out of the way. Not really, though. This is where I wish I had a chase partner to be much easier to rotate shifts. So we can take turns driving and sleeping and be more rested. Schedule's a little bit back. How do we put ourselves in? Trying to think whether I sleep immediately or try and drive pretty deep into the target area. It was always going to be kind of a pain to get down there, but I could continue past Memphis and find something in Mississippi maybe. But that runs into a couple problems because I don't want to wake up and then have the event start. I would much rather be awake a couple hours before the event starts. So like it might be better to go to bed now, but one problem I might run into with that is I might wake up in the morning and things might have moved or shifted slightly out of range. But looking at the models, they kind of hold back a little bit later than they were earlier yesterday. And instead of everything going crazy around 1 p.m., it pulls everything back till 2 or 3. So I think I'm going to probably get some rest immediately, and then I don't think I should continue driving once I get to Bleville. I really need to be careful about this storm though. It looks mostly like outflow dominant to me. 6cc right there. Yeah, this thing looks mostly outflow dominant to me at the moment. Hoping that I don't oversleep. And I just don't like approaching targets from the northwest like this. I'll get to my hotel, throw up a quick thumbnail, tweak the settings for this stream, and then pass out. Probably won't have time to shower tomorrow morning or change clothes. We'll literally just have to wake up and hit the road. Much of a current tornado threat with the storm I'm crossing in front of right now. Man, what a severe weather day though. Just felt like every storm produced a long track or strong tornado, especially southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. I mean, and it's still going. I mean, this was such a well forecast event by the National Weather Service. Dealing with those cuts and still being able to put out a consistent forecast like this is pretty amazing. Did an unbelievable job. stopped raining. It's always a good sign. Yeah, I'm not impressed by this current storm. I think it's just all going upscale right now. There's still that Jonesboro storm, which may cause a couple problems. It's still kind of got the look to it. I'm ready for bed. I remember when I first started storm chasing, I would be like exhausted from like a 4-hour drive. Why is it uneven? There we go. There we go. Fatalities reported from that Poplar Bluff tornado. We're in Kennett, the home of Sheryl Crow. That's cool. I love that song. The one in Cars, Real Gone. Everybody else I know hates it. I love it. Even though it just skimmed the edge of town. Very, very damaging event. The pump lights were off, but the inside building, people were speaking out. south they extended the tornado warning for, but it seems like everything's starting to get a little bit, well, as I say that. What's the Memphis radar angle compared to us? As I say that, there might be a tornado to our east here. Or excuse me, west. Wait, don't tell me I just accidentally drove into the McDonald's. That's not what I wanted. Well, McDonald's has its own, like, intersection point. That's America. It doesn't get more American than that. I want to see a radar update. See if there's any lofted debris. To me, the hook orientation is just weird. I mean, I guess it is Dixie, but Arkansas is for sure Dixie, okay? I don't know about Missouri, but Arkansas definitely is. Missouri is kind of like a border area here. Erie McDonald's. Looking south now. Man, those winds are cranking though. Kind of want to stop for a second just to observe, but really don't think anything is going to come from this. Who knows? It's been a wild day. And these clouds are just getting so low that it's tough to see. Got a couple little lowerings that look interesting here. It still looks really shelfy. What about further south here? There's kind of a little couplet right there. We've only got a second to sit here and observe before this thing's pretty well on top of us. Could be looking at something right here. If it would hold. There might be a tornado like right there. It looks pretty outflow dominant to me. I'm seeing like a shelf cloud feature. If there is a tornado though, it's gonna be right there in front of us. Oh, power flashes. We got power flashes. Oh my goodness, there's a tornado right there. We gotta go. We gotta go. Confirmed tornado right in front of us. We gotta go. Power's going out behind us. Power's going out. Don't go that way, dude. Here it comes. Oh my God. We're in the circulation right now. Okay, I think we're good. Confirmed tornado on the ground right now. We are in Kennett, Arkansas. We have a rain-wrapped tornado right behind us here. Rain-wrapped tornado on the ground. It is right next to us. There's a large tornado. It's going straight through town. Right on the edge of it. Right now. Power flash behind me. Power flash is behind me. Damage is being done in the town of Kennett, Arkansas. I can hear it. There's a rain-wrapped tornado back there. We're gonna keep going east and see if we can't get a view to the north. Power flashes continue behind us. There is a rain-wrapped tornado back there. That is some of the strongest rain wrapping motion I've ever seen. Holy cow, man. I think I can see the little cyclone now. Need somewhere to pull off here. Crossing a river. I see a little cyclone back there, but no funnel touching the ground just yet. Right where we just were. tornado, now north of Kennett. I want to get out of this inflow, but there's really intense inflow into this. There's probably a big tornado in there. This is insane for Dixie. It's like Texas, where we're getting this dust lofted off the ground into the storm. Like, there is a dust storm leading into this tornadic supercell in Arkansas. That's tornado number 3, I think. 2 or 3. I don't know if that first tornado we saw when we made those people get out of the way and that tornado that we had north of Poplar were the same one. I just saw those rain curtains in front of us just start to go, and power flashes. Get a photo of this now with all that dusty inflow. It's just going to be blocking and making everything hazy. I don't even think I'd be able to because it was so I don't know, but that was close. But like, look at all of this. The wind is racing towards this tornado. Out of the main outflow, but I want to get a tad bit ahead. Just see if we can't get really lucky with a lightning bolt. I mean, this is insane for Dixie. My stream was actually working in Kennett. Or excuse me, Kennett. Hopefully all those people are okay. There were some chasers in there too. I'm seeing power flashes north now. We're stopping. Power flashes north. Power flashes to the north. Got a likely tornado ongoing to my northwest right now. We've got power flashes. It's right behind a tree. I need somewhere to go to get a... Oh, there's like a road that'll take me south here. We'll go... half mile. I'm watching power flashes to my northwest where that tornado is. I want to get you guys a good view. I think we've got it now. Yeah, we're going to set up our camera and see if we can't get any stills. I'd like to get an actual shot. Should be tucked in there somewhere. All right, I'll be back. We're gonna try and get some photos. Oh my goodness, it needs to float. Any power flashes in what's happening right now. Not sure if I caught it. I'll have to go back and look. Seems like it's weakened quite a bit, and now we've got this next storm coming down. Continue east. I'm getting like dust everywhere. That's how strong this inflow is. I've only chased Dixie a handful of times, but I've never experienced that with dusty inflow like that. Okay, we just had a tornado near Kennett, Arkansas. Seems like it's dissipated. We're now going to continue towards our original goal of getting some sleep. And I stopped to watch that, and I saw that motion, just insane left to right motion. Such a good area to stop at, I think. I think Blitheville's going to end up being pretty well what we need. This has to be the most tense chase of my career. Man, those winds just careening and those power flashes coming in. We literally just caught a tornado coming into town. was such a strong tornado behind it too. Like, I've seen quite a few tornadoes, and that's the fastest rain wrapping I've ever seen. Just those curtains were just, it was unreal. We were trying to escape town with everything going. On 55 south here. Don't really like being on interstates with confirmed tornadoes, but there is still that last southern storm really here that's left the Paragould area. Fix you guys so you're not tilted anymore. Storm really right down that way. Go after this last storm. Got a U-turn up here. I'm gonna miss this. I'm gonna miss this because I didn't get off at that previous exit. If this is our chance, this is probably our chance to get a photogenic tornado at night. That exit, and now the next one's 6 miles down, now 3.5. That's going to cost me 8 minutes. The storm is, yeah, it's going to be close on whether I can catch it. And there's no way to get across this thing. So scuffed. Good enough, I guess. We got 1.4 miles. Turn around, go back north, and this will be our last storm of this chase. Every storm we've chased but one has produced a tornado. Get north here. Really need to get north here. 8 miles, and then we're gonna just gun it north. Camera's ready to go. I missed that exit. I missed exit 14, I think. And that's where I should have turned around. It would have been a little bit. I would have had a little bit more time. But now we're going to be operating with a pretty narrow margin of error here to get up there. Okay, got my second win now, so I'm feeling pretty good. How many supercells we've been on? 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 of the 4 supercells we've chased have produced tornadoes, and I think that one we were on produced a tornado a little after we chased it. If any one of these is going to be a photogenic tornado, is going to be one of these guys. If they produce, that is. We're going to head back up towards Haiti.
right next to Kennett. You can kind of see the base though, which is kind of nice from this far away. Lightning back there. There is some maybe rain or dust kind of blocking, but this is probably going to be our last shot anyway to get a tornado out of this these storms up here, so we're just going to take it, and we'll lose the hour of sleep for it. It's no big deal. Especially seeing what that Kennett one did. Here. Don't see anything too interesting peeking off of it just yet, but we're still not quite close enough. It looks somewhat capped. Took the wrong exit. tornado warned storm right here. Go back towards Kennett. Put a base right here. Looks a little rough, honestly. Yeah, it doesn't look the greatest. Might be a funnel right above us. Can't quite tell. Don't think so. I don't think this one has enough juice. This one seems kind of like it's on its last legs. Yeah, I think this one looks about done to me. I don't even know where a tornado would go from this. Maybe east? Maybe.
don't trust that patch of grass. Find a place to stop. Oh, is my phone service like teleporting me? It's gravel. That's okay, we are going to go ahead and call it an evening. We had 2, maybe 3 tornadoes all after dark. All after dark. Including a likely big tornado that went through Kennett, Arkansas. But, turn this on. I need some sleep, so we're gonna head down to Bleville, and I think we're gonna call it and get in position for tomorrow. So dump all my footage and everything later, but